go. Check, check. Check, check. Four, three, two, one, 9876. Check, check. 321. Hello, everyone. We're just doing a quick sound check here for the Yale SuperSpiel 2023. If any of you are out there, nothing has commenced. We got our first draw coming up at 7 p.m. We'll have 3 full sheets of action with some of the nation's finest curlers. We're just running down some sound checks right here. Being that you see no action on the ice, that's exactly what you should be seeing. Curlers will probably be taking the ice in about 12 minutes. We'll check back with you. evening, Nutmeg College and Curling Nation. Pinto here, just jumping in on the first draw of the Yale SuperSpiel 2023. We've got two draws tonight. First draw, this is our 7 p.m. draw, followed by our 9:30 draw. And I see we've got a few folks on thus far, including, I believe, one of the parents of our very own Yale local team just phoned in. If you'd please be kind enough, my friend, to either hit in the chat section or phone back to the club, let us know how that volume's coming through. We'd appreciate that. Shout out to our friends at Yale letting us know we got a good sound check. Naomi Fedrick, hello, thanks, and go Yale. So folks, what we've got here down in Nutmeg Curling, Bridgeport, Connecticut, for our Yale SuperSpiel 23 on sheet A, which on your monitor, we're giving you the split screen for now. Sheet A on your top half of the video feed, which by the way you'll want to view in full screen if able. It's on the left-hand side, as well as on the lower. Only difference being what you're seeing on the lower side is a flipped or mirrored image. So the shots are reverse. So if you think your friend changed from lefty to righty, not at all the case. Everybody looks opposite. So what we've got tonight on sheet A, we've got University of Penn versus Princeton Team 1. On sheet B, we've got Yale versus Harvard. I've heard that one before. Goes back, 100 and so years. And on sheet C, we've got MIT versus Princeton 2 / University of Connecticut with a little bit of a mixed composition. We're going to focus right now on our two feature matches, our sheets B and C, just purely based on where I'm situated. It's kind of hard to see what's going on sheet A. We'll give you some changed up views on the cams, get you some closer shots, especially down on the far end. We unfortunately do not have a working camera on the overhead far A cam, but we'll switch you around here and there. Skip from Harvard is out of the hack with his first stone. Sweepers are on it. It looks like they're just drawn down to either guard what is the shot rock for the time being. On sheet C, Laura has just released her hammerstone. She's fixing to come down for shot rock. Currently their opponents are sitting number 1. Unfortunately got a little frosty out there. So it's looking like Princeton 2 / UConn. No, apologies. MIT with the steal of 1 in the first end. MIT is throwing the red rocks. Princeton, UConn are throwing the yellow. We're not sure just yet on the color of the stones on the other teams, but the sweatshirts are sure helping out. So on sheet A, looks like Penn are the yellow stones and Princeton 1, therefore would have the red rocks. And on sheet B, Harvard's throwing yellow stones. Their skip, Cortez, in the hack for his final rock. Looks like he's drawn for 2. And therefore, making our local hosts, Yale, the Redstones. Harvard skips out of the hack with a nice looking rock. Sweepers are content to just escort it for now. We've concurrently got a Hammerstone on sheet A. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we blanked the first end on sheet A. We'll know in just a moment. They had. So at the end of the first end over on sheet A, we've got a scoreless situation. Hammer shall not change. Harvard's skip did notch a deuce in the first end to place them out to a 2-0 lead over our friends at Yale. And on sheet C, MIT/Harvard, I'm just getting an update, I guess they are a mixed team as well, have just thrown their second stone of the second end. Got themselves a nice corner guard in place. Although without hammer, chances are Princeton UConn will use either, and looks like the skip has ordered up about an 8-foot to a T-line draw around that stone in the top 12. My old buddy Patrick sweeping all by himself. And this looks like a spectacular stone. The skip's helping out. It's finishing off real nice. Didn't get themselves a full bury, but they're about half buried into the back 8, biting on the 4, and the MIT-Harvard skip very promptly ordering up their second to just come down and lock onto it. Got some cool looking garb out there. I don't know if that's a lion, tiger, some kind of... I think that's a tiger. Oh, that's right. Thank you. The Princeton Tigers. Wearing the school pride proudly. And it would appear, based on that broom and the weight thrown, that they're looking to make a nice down control hit of what's currently the shot stone in the house on sheet A. Meanwhile, on B, it looks like Harvard's going to be content to split their 2 stones, one onto the top 4 with the other in the full 8. Skip seems happy about that, thanks his mates. Back up Yale. Skip's calling for that hit. Likely with some pretty good weight. Come down and pop that number 1 stone. Maybe even roll a little bit behind the second best rock from Harvard. Shots off with some real nice control weight. Sweepers are on it abruptly with some real good brushing. Skips come out of the house to help them. And it looks like they've got themselves a beautiful hit right across the nose for what's going to be shot stone. Meanwhile, back to sheet C, we've got ourselves a center guard up there from MIT Harvard, as well as a corner on the other side and a full counter in the top 12. Although Princeton 2, UConn are counting the shot stone and hopeful to maybe bring this one down to also swing in for what looks to be a real nice split house. Sweepers are on it real good. This is going to be a beautiful rock. It had come down to just about maybe a little bit into the 4-foot, and while it is open, it did leave what could be a double, albeit not a real easy one. The MIT Harvard skip is just lining things up, considering the weight, having a chat back down the ice with his mates, and assuming they communicate the language I speak, tap at the heel, if you hadn't seen it, would be hack weight, although I know if they're curling out of Broomstones, hello Broomstones and Wayland, some of the skips I know from there use their heel for board weight, and it looks like they did go with board weight, so we'll clarify that later, but they, for now, peeled the top rock in the 12-foot. Skip seems all right with that. It definitely opened things up. Rolled itself nicely over into the third stone. Laura from Princeton, Yukon, has now simply asked Patrick to come down and give some good cover, likely in the form of a guard, judging by the look of the ice. And by the way, Patrick's got a beautiful delivery. Patrick and I go back to when he was well before his college years. I've always been fond of that delivery of his. We call him the Scorpion, or at least I do. Hey, Naomi. Looks like Naomi's digging the Yay Tiger guy. Loving that tiger hat. Definitely cheering on her mates at Yale. Back over on sheet B. Yale's got themselves a nice control hit coming down. It just swung a little too much. It was beautiful hit weight. Didn't quite catch it. Had it gone a couple inches less, it actually would have been a beautiful double. And as they're looking for the same, oh, and that's a fantastic shot. By Princeton, Yukon, taking out the number 1 stone and rolling a good half to 2/3 under the second best rock. They're certainly pleased with that. Give you an idea what's going on back over on sheet A. Princeton's up again, counting the first and maybe second, although it could be first and third, but they're definitely shot rock. There's Skip, just having some communique with the shooter, and I would assume that they, based on that broom, are probably just curling in to split the house or make it a 3-way. Not too sure. We'll get you back to that. Meanwhile, Princeton, Yukon on sheet C are coming down to maybe chip that thing out, and they just didn't quite get there. Nice looking stones, just didn't come back. So they'll keep an eye on that. Yale's got a real great looking team sweep there to bring their stone closer down to the rings. Just didn't quite get there. At which Harvard Skip immediately signaling they would like a T-line shot right down to the button, or presumably behind the second best stone. Hello, I hope I get this. Is it Negat? Cheering on their friends at Penn. Go Penn. Absolutely. Cheers to you. And Harvard did successfully bring a third stone into the house for a real nice 3-way split. There's a double or two in a couple different fashions. So Yale's going to immediately come down at it with some hit weight. See if they can shake up that house, maybe even throw a couple of them off the rings. keep that shooter somewhere up near the top 12. Back to sheet C. MIT Harvard. Skip has drawn down his first rock. Just didn't quite curl back. I think they might have been looking to either sit on top or just guard it, but hadn't come across. So Princeton / UConn Skip's heading down for her first stone. She's probably going to pop that out. And there's also a chance for a double there as well. Yale's Vice heading down to the house. Talk some strategy and tactics with the skip. And speaking of skips, Harvard skips out of the hack with his first stone. Rather nice looking delivery and some great form. As is some great form on sheet C. Laura did raise her stone, nudge the shot rock back just a scotch, and for the time being is pretty well locked in as second stone, albeit surrounded by a bunch of MIT Harvard stones, which shouldn't prove to be too big of a problem, even if somehow that sole yellow rock were to be removed. Princeton UConn should have themselves a fairly open draw for the 4-foot for what will be the hammer rock. Back over on sheet B, Yale's skip heading down for his first of two, and all indications would suggest, based on that broom and presumably a control weight, that they're going to try to hit the inside of that and certainly roll to the 4-foot and under the well-covered center of the sheet. On sheet C, MIT Harvard skip just put up a pretty tricky one. It wicked off the sole Princeton UConn stone, trickled itself to bite the button, also leaving themselves the second shot. However, or pardon, that was MIT Harvard's, my mistake. That was MIT Harvard's last stone. So now we're up to Princeton UConn. Laura and Patrick are having a discussion over whether or not they might try to wick off their own. Perhaps pump it straight back, but no, they're going to draw based on that broom. So Laura's headed down for the hammer and has a couple of options here. Can either chip their stone, maybe to the pin, or draw down to that number one stone and maybe just rub off it a little bit, get a little bit more of the button. But they certainly want to grab a full 4-foot, so they're at least second best. Shot forthcoming. Yale's sole stone on the 4-foot on sheet B. Wow, does remain there. Harvard skip did try to come down with some control hit weight, just didn't get enough swing, so it left things unchanged there. And the Yale skip looks like they're just going to draw down to it to try to get their deuce. Hammerstone is in on C. They gave themselves a bump. I don't think from here it looks like they didn't score. They might have been second. No, they did give, unfortunately, a steal of 2. It was a nice looking shot. Came down, just didn't kind of get there. Still an early match. As a result, that's a steal of 2 for MIT Harvard. That'll bring us to a score of 3-0 at the end of 2 ends. Here's Yale's Hammerstone coming in. Got some athletes in the way, so I can't truly see, but it did soar by the number 2 stone, which will give them a score of 1 in the second. So we got ourselves a good match building up there. And at the end of 2 ends, we've got a score of 2-1 Harvard. Harvard to have hammer in the third. Third end's underway already on sheet C. First rock's off. They seem to be leading the pack on the time frames. Speaking of which, it might appear that our on-ice digital clock may not have started because it still seems to be sitting at the 91-minute mark. So I don't know if we have a little techie problem with our thing, but the officials inside are definitely keeping an eye on the progress of the games, which are all being played very effectively right now. So it would not appear as yet as though any of the competitions will be in peril of not finishing all 8 ends. We're just getting started off on sheet B, so we're going to focus now on the hammerstone for Penn on sheet A. The vice is indicating, as it would look from here, that if the skip can come down with a nice hit weight and get to the inside of what is the number 2 stone, I believe Penn would be able to knock that off the rings and score themselves 3 here in the second end. And in case anybody tuned in late, first end had been blanked on sheet A. For those that may not be as familiar with curling or just not familiar with our scoreboard here at our hometown, if you take a gander at the scorecard on the ice, you'll see a score of 1 placed under the 16, and all that really indicates is that the first end had been a blank. So no, we're not up to a 16-0 lead. I hear some oohs and ahs. I had some athletes in the way, so I could not see, but by looking back up, that hit on sheet A by Penn did not come through, but they still were happy to grab themselves a 1 with the hammer. Skip's still happy and smiling about it. So unless I'm gravely mistaken, looks like after 2 ends on sheet A, we have got ourselves a score of 1-0. UPenn on top of Princeton 1. Naomi's digging what you saw. Woohoo! I assume that was probably the shot prior. But yeah, there's been some great shooting so far. So on sheet C, we've got an interesting end developing. Redstones have got a really nicely placed center guard, and albeit wide open, counting stone in the, what's my left-hand side of the sheet, in the 4-foot. And they do have shot in hand. MIT Harvard skip has promptly indicated they would love to bring that rock in, possibly to the top 8 around cover, and seem to give a secondary tap that if it came up a little shy, that they would certainly appreciate a guard alternatively. Penn's off to a great start on sheet A with a well-placed corner guard by their lead. And we apologize, we don't know everyone's names because I didn't get my hands on a program. Other than a couple of our local curlers, such as Patrick or Laura, whom we have curled with here out of Bridgeport at Nutmeg, and maybe a couple others, Juan, whom I know from Yale. A lot of new faces this year, and that's always really cool to see. I know that some of our old mates, Fabian and others, were fortunate enough to get some really cool jobs and some opportunities in life to move. I think Fabian moved pretty far away, so we certainly understand. I hope you're out there, bro, but I think Fabian, last I knew, moved to, does anybody know where Switzerland, and I believe that's where he hailed. Thank you. Fabian, if you're out there, I know it's got to be pretty late, but, you know, great to see that even though we miss you, your spots have been filled by some great up-and-coming young curlers. Yale curling lives on. On sheet B, seems as though Yale's going to throw some pretty good weight at the sole stone in the house. Shooters out with slightly down weight, so the skip has asked the sweepers to get on it promptly, and they have. This line, and you're probably seeing it on this stream, inside out does swing pretty well. It was a pretty nice control weight, just curled a little too much, leaving things unaltered in the house. Prompting the Harvard skip to call for a second stone in the house. Back to sheet C. Laura is asking Patrick to throw, I bet, what's going to be some pretty big weight to hit the number one stone. I am right behind Patrick. Had the pleasure of watching that awesome delivery. Now I can't see because he's in the way. So I'm going to look back to our feeds, watch this thing come in. And yes, wow, Patrick. Great call, Laura. That was an awesome call, awesome shot. They popped that stone out of the house. Not only that, but they rolled over exceptionally to just about nearly lock onto what was the second stone. Maybe 4 or 5 inches tops. It's going to be pretty hard for MIT Harvard to remove it. So they're just taking a wide broom and going to curl right down to the whole mix. Maybe try to lock on to that number one stone. Yale's Vice off with his first shot. A nice control hit. It came down and did remove the Harvard stone off the rings, rendering us back to an empty house. Got a couple guards in play, and yes, you should, if your monitors are like my feed on my YouTube, you should see those two nicely placed guards by Harvard, at which their Vice's first rock is being asked to go right around it. Nice looking stone out of hand from Harvard's Vice. Sweepers are promptly on it, going with some heavy duty brush. It's got a nice looking swing. It's starting to bend. Just ran up a little bit of frost, but laid up a nice center guard, which will also suit them. Here comes Patrick out of the house with his second and final stone of this third end on sheet C. Not getting too good a look with the athletes in the way, but it looks like he'll hit the number 2 stone from MIT Harvard, leaving his in the back of the house in the 12-foot. MIT Harvard has still got themselves the shot rock as well as shot in hand for their skip's first rock. And something that I guess would have made sense, but I didn't really know for sure until I got here tonight. Harvard players, I believe all of them curl out of our good friends up in Wayland, Massachusetts, Broomstone's Curling Club. Really, really cool club up there in the woods on a beautiful piece of property. So if any of my brothers and sisters from Broomstones are out there, what's happening? MIT Harvard's skip is out of the house with a nice looking delivery, coming down to try to split so they can put a little pressure and count the first 2 stones. Sweepers are giving it some nice brush. This one's cutting real hard and didn't get there, but left another center guard, so that would at least, at minimum, eliminate the option for Princeton UConn to maybe run back that red rock, albeit leaving it wide open for Laura's first. And she's just having a run down with Patrick over the weight, the line, etc. And they're going to do, at first I thought they were coming from the outside. Looks like they're going to come down the center line and knock that rock out. That would give Princeton UConn a split house if they can remove this stone and leave the shot rock on the shooter on the rings. That shot forthcoming. Yale's Skip is out of the house with his first rock. Sweepers are content to just escort it for now. I don't know if they're clocking. Clocking being using their stopwatches, but they both simultaneously came down. The stone is bending nicely. Unfortunately, ran into a little bit of frost. Left themselves out there with a guard, which leaves the Harvard stone in the rear 12, the sole stone for now. On sheet A, Penn is serving up their Vice's last stone with a down hit, a very nicely thrown stone, and that is going to leave Penn with 3 stones in the house, with Princeton 1's Vice's last rock, seemingly about to be called to curl down to the mix from the right-hand side of the sheet. MIT Harvard Skip just having a last-minute communication, double-checking his line, chatting things over with his sweepers, and they're just curling down to the mix, presumably to maybe sit on their own, try to put a little pressure, and if they lie themselves a guard, that's equally as good, although this is going to likely come right down to the shot stone. It is actually really, really good. It's got themselves, they've got themselves a full 8-foot shot. They have got, linear speaking, they've got a well lined up because there are no doubles, and they've also taken away the draw path for Princeton UConn to come from this side to consider anything as far as drawing into the 4-foot. So we assume, nope, they're going to come down, Lara's going to come down and maybe try to get to the inside of that number 1 stone. I'm just guessing, I haven't been out there, but based on the broom they're giving, this would maybe be back house weight. But this is definitely a makeable shot, a pretty higher degree of difficulty. Lara can make this, no doubt. Important to point out, they've only got 1 sweeper tonight, so that certainly makes it a little more difficult, especially if they're going to need. But Lara's jumped up to help sweep that stone. Ladies are brushing it really well. It just over curled. Sheet B, Yale's rock was heading in really, really nice, and also unfortunately came upon some frost, so had not gotten into the rings. Harvard Skip into the house for the hammer. There's just 1 stone of their own counting right now. A whole slew of guards out front. They're taking the far right-hand edge of the sheet. Once again, a beautiful, smooth delivery. And the sweepers are content. They've just got to keep this thing clean. Make sure they don't oversweep it, which, as I say, good sweeping. Rock didn't need it. It is heading down, and it did go all the way through the rings, unfortunately for them. Seems as though they've just taken 1 there in the 3rd, and that would bring Harvard to jump out to a 3-1 lead after 3 ends. On sheet C, first stone from MIT Harvard did go through. So we've got a clean house, no guards. Patrick escorting this stone down the sheet. And I think I see what's going on here. We are up to speed, ladies and gentlemen. These athletes will be dialing into that rather quick because I think they're watching one another on the concurrent sheets. So the first 2 stones in the 4th end have gone through the rings. And as soon as we get these final 2 stones on sheet A, we'll give you a switch of the camera so you can get a much bolder view of our near sheets. Penn's Skip has released her final stone. And they've got 3 on the rings already, so they're content to just guard. Sweepers gave it a real good brush. Oh, okay. I guess that's over the hog line. I can't tell from my monitors, but the body language suggests that that's about as close to not making it over the line as... Oh, we got ourselves a gripper on the ice. My man in that awesome Princeton Tigers hat retrieves his gripper, heads back down the sheet for his hammer stone. He is facing himself with, albeit 3 yellow stones in the house, has got a fairly clear approach to just come in and draw down to the 4-foot, try to grab 1 here in the 3rd end. Back to sheet C. MIT Harvard having a quick recap over what they're to do with this shot. They are sitting the 2nd, so they look like they're going to try to come down and either curl around the Princeton Yukon stone. Better yet, they're going to hit it with some control weight. Sweepers are on it. It's coming in with some real nice control weight. Skips in the way and just shift it over even more. I assume this is going to hit it. It's going to push it probably to the back 12. And, pardon, that's about the most perfect hit weight I've seen thus far, maybe even all week. I've been in some good matches. MIT Harvard barely moved that yellow stone out, but now they've got themselves 2, at which Laura of Princeton Yukon has asked their lead to throw an equally great control, and Patrick's on this, and it's coming in for what looks to be a real nice one. So they caught about half of the stone, rolled themselves back to about center line, demoted what was the shot rock to the back 12, albeit leaving themselves open. Not a horrible situation. MIT Harvard's Skip is happy to ignore that for now and curl right around it. Here comes the shot. On sheet B, Harvard's got themselves a tall but nice looking center guard as their second shot comes in. And yeah, I'm going to make a bold assumption that we are up to speed. The athletes they'll be dialed in, I trust, by the end of this end. On sheet A, we have also got a nice looking yellow stone placed up as a center guard. On sheet C, I've done this many times. Little overcompensation. That most recent MIT Harvard stone did not make it down around. Therefore, Princeton Yukon is looking to either come down and shake their own. Nope, they're going to hit. And I can't tell because they got a wick. Oh, fantastic shot. Oh, geez. Patrick clicked off his own, pushed it just about behind the guard on the other side of the sheet, jammed it onto the number 1 stone, leaving it number 2. And that's a beautiful shot for Princeton UConn, who now have themselves a split house with just that center guard. MIT Harvard Skip given it a thorough look over, but has now opted to ask for some hit weight. And likely a little bit to the upside because it's not a whole lot of broom. So maybe a nice control, slightly up hit. We'll let you know what happens there. Yale Skip on sheet B is checking out, coming around that center guard, and would love to get themselves buried, presumably onto the top 4. Sheet C's shot came in from MIT Harvard. It did chip the sole guard, crawled off the rings, opening up the door for Princeton UConn as Laura looks at this strategically and has indicated she would love that stone to come down to the top 12 on my left-hand side of the sheet and give themselves a guard for that best rock, as well as a very well split house. Patrick is out of the hack with said assignment. And the shot is coming down. It does unfortunately look a little hot, so won't change anything in the house. Still leaving Princeton UConn with a split house. Sheet A, Penn is asking to come down and hit the number 1 stone, that red rock. Sweepers were on it for a brief moment. Skip has asked that they come back off, but now 1 sweeper for a little bit of directional. Now they're both on it. It did over curl, but came down and clicked their own and just about made it shot rock. It may actually have. Sheet C, we've shaken up some stones, leaving now just 1 stone of each team on the rings. Princeton UConn still holding shot rock. Laura's indicated she would like Patrick to split the house perfectly and drop his final stone onto the tee line in front of that backer stone by MIT Harvard, which would give them a real big advantage in this end to possibly score as many as 3 or 4. We'll keep you tuned to that. Sheet B has gotten himself some nice directional sweeping to push that thing. It did come through for Harvard, knocking Yale's sole stone off the rings and leave it shot stone. Yale's Skip is content to ignore that for now and ask for this stone to come around the 2 guards that are out front. Looks like a nice shot. Sweepers got on it pretty quick. Which indicates that it might be a little light, although they did since come up. They are by the guard, nicely by the guard. No issue with the second guard. And will it stop remains the question. That Harvard Skip's got a pretty good brush. Did take it to the rear of the house. Still on the rings. Second best stone. Back on sheet A. Penn's Skip has indicated that she would like to bring another one down. It looks like they're going to take maybe T-line to back 4 weight, come down and promote. I'm going to take a wager here that their stone is second shot from this angle. Sweepers are on it real hard with some great brushing. I can't hear it, but I could see the Skip calling profusely for that. And wow, that's a great shot. My gosh. I don't know the dude's name that just threw it, but that's a real good shot. And that's a fantastic call by Penn's Skip. It did pushed it to the back of the 4. It's not shot stone, but we've got something developing there because they have got the second, third, and fourth rock. So Princeton 1 is going to want to be real careful with what they do here, specifically to well cover the shot they've got. But they're happy to just throw some weight at these second and third best stones from Penn, try to remove them. And we've got a big hit weight, boom, boom. Looks like just one. Shooter did roll over nicely into the, and wow, it guarded as well. So guarded on the run back. So they've got the first and maybe third stone, but at minimum first and fourth. Trouble being that first rock is very well covered. Yale skip down into the hack for his first rock, and they're happy to just draw down to the 4-foot around the mix in the center. Here comes the shot, because you can't see on the feed we've given you. We're giving you the near end close-up. Sweepers are on this. You're about to see them come into the picture. Vice has left the house to maybe give them. Yep, Vice is going to help out. We got a three-way here. Heave ho, heave ho. This is going to be a beautiful rock. This is going to be a beautiful rock. This is going to be a beautiful rock. It came in for second shot. Came up a little short, but it finished off real nice. Speaking of, Laura with a awesome shot on sheet C and a thumb up. A lot of smiles around the whole rink for Princeton UConn, rendering their rink with a split house and putting some pressure to MIT Harvard to jump back into this, really leaving them the only shot, the only option to come down to the number one shot stone. And wouldn't you know, they had best lock onto it, because if they don't, that will absolutely give Princeton UConn a shot for three here in the fourth end. Tighten this match right up. On sheet A, they're looking over the overhead on those two stones around the 4-foot so closely that we would never know from here. So we'll let that end unfold a little more before we dare to guess what might be happening. And I'm having trouble seeing MIT Harvard's. There we go. The athletes just moved. Thank you. This is a clutch shot by the skip. It's coming in pretty good. It did not lock. It didn't lock, but it does have a little bit of backing. Seems okay with his shot, realizing that it's if it's nosed or if it's struck to the board side and the shooter stays on the rings, Princeton UConn's going to grab themselves a 3 and bring this match right back to a tight one. Yale's last stone. Oh, that's fantastic. Now that one came in and is right on the button. Right on the button, Yale. Nice looking stone to finish the fourth end. Smiles all around for the Bulldogs. A couple of salutes and woo-hoos in the lounge here at Nutmeg. That's going to make it 3-2 after 4. Laura's shot's coming in, and this is going to do it. I could tell. Weaving with one sweeper. Wow. Okay. As we mentioned, came to fruition. One sweeper, bad brushing, bad brushing. Nice line call from the Vice. And they got themselves 3 in the fourth end. Real happy about that. Patrick checking me out here. Gave I guess a little gasp of relief. We've got ourselves a match on sheet C. They're proud to post that. So after 4 ends, we've got MIT Harvard 5, Princeton UConn 3. I'm going to go back to our multi-view. Nutmeg Lounge is starting to fill up. My man Tom Beck just showed. Hey, Naomi and all. Thanks so much for that heads up. We needed to reboot our audio portion of the server, so you should certainly have us now. Patrick heading back to retrieve his final shot. A little hard to keep track. For those that don't follow closely or play the game, when we play with just three, by rule, Skip can still only throw 2 stones. So therefore, the first slash second, or whatever you want to call them, will throw 3 stones. The second slash vice will throw 3 stones, and that would be Patrick. So Patrick is throwing the 4, 5, and 6 rocks, and his first is coming in to draw down to the number 1 shot. Try to maybe lock onto it. Also get himself under cover. It looks good from here. Meanwhile, on sheet B, Yale's vice is out of the hack with his final stone. Skip is asking the sweepers to hold off on any and all sweep. Shot's starting to bend real nice. Coming down toward that shot stone. And I'm thinking they're going to either guard it, take away the draw path for Harvard's would-be approach. And Yale, Skip once again saying, yes, please, let's stay off this. Comes across real nice, and I believe they've got themselves probably the first 2 stones now. Everybody's giving it a look from overhead. And Harvard's vice down into the hack awaiting her instruction. Skip's asked for about hack weight with that heel tap. Very nice looking delivery out, and that is a little bit light for what they called, so we'll see how that ends up. Meanwhile, on sheet A, they're just getting underway in their 5th end, looking like they're ordering up a corner guard. Sweepers are content to stay off that for now. We had not caught the official score on the 4th end, nor had it been posted on sheet A. So we'll cycle back on that. Penn's Skip would like her lead to put his first rock onto the rings. About T-line weight around the red stone in the top 12. Meanwhile, on sheet C, Patrick's giving Laura a draw weight broom. Great looking stone that came out. And so you see, you may be confused when you all of a sudden do see a second sweeper, because while they do sweep alone, Laura's kind enough to get up after she delivers her rock to help the sweepers, or sweeper, rendering them with a second sweeper. Shot came up a little short, leaving what would look to be just 1 for now by MIT Harvard as the counter. It's kind of hard to tell. We've still got ourselves a pretty clean situation over on sheet A. Still waiting for that score to get posted from the 4th end. Things are getting cool down on sheet B, so as soon as they wrap up the last 3 stones on sheet C, maybe we'll give you a little overhead. But Harvard Skip Cortez looks like they're going to come down with some weight and try to chip that. Now they're going to throw the double. They're going to look at removing both of those red rocks of Yale's. Gives us stone as well as the ice, last minute cleaning. Nice looking stone coming down by MIT Harvard's Skip. He just stood up, so it's a little bit in the way. Looks like it's headed down to the 4-foot for what will either take away the shot path or bring another one into the 4-foot, and he has done that. He's brought one in a full 8. I'm thinking it might not be contending. Really hard to tell. They could be counting two, but I think they're just counting one. So Princeton, UConn are having a thorough look over things down there. And Laura's final shot's about ready to deliver. Here comes Juan, Yale skip, for his final rock in the fifth end. He's currently on the button right now, so his vice seems to be saying, yeah, hey, let's leave this thing out front. We all agree with that. They've got shot rock. They're in position to steal, provided they could lay up a real sweet guard. And here comes Juan. Nice looking delivery, great release. Sweepers are staying off it for now and just escorting, but they did just get onto it. They're jamming. They're brushing real bad. Vice has come out to help too. Juan's just kind of overseeing things. It's coming in nice. And they have got a nice looking guard, albeit over curled slightly, but they're happy with that. It's so hammer forthcoming for Harvard. The skip's coming down. Dressed real sharp with a nice looking either soccer jersey, but we're going to make, that's actually a curling jersey, even if it was ordered from a soccer shop. And a real handsome looking matching pair of trousers, or trunks as we say in hockey. Got that nice looking delivery. Hats off Broomstones, you always breed them well. I'm hearing they're saying they've got it. Sweepers were down, now they're up, and they're going through a pretty tight port. They did remove that stone, so depending on shooters rolled off the rings, looks like Harvard probably knotted themselves two in that end. Oh, but maybe three, because it did click onto the second best stone. We'll keep you posted on that. It looks like Harvard may have taken three here in the fifth end. MIT Harvard's skip is out of the hack with his final shot. They're taking a very wide angle as necessary. It's already starting to come back. The weight looks really good, but it's starting to curl, and sweepers are on it for the line. It's coming down. I think we're going to end up a little shy, so I'm daring to guess that that's probably one for MIT Harvard. They're going to, oh, they're taking it. We may have our first measure of the Yale SuperSpiel 23. And yes, affirmative that. Harvard did grab a score of 3 after a real nifty looking skip shot. And that's the way you got to throw your fourth rocks if you want to be skip, everybody. Like his poise, like his house side manner. Some real good shot making there. Yale pressed him hard in the fourth, but he was able to put together a very nice fifth end to take a 6-2 lead after the fifth end. We still got plenty of match, and Yale's got plenty of match left in them. We do have ourselves a measure on sheet C, and for those, again, who have never seen the game, not that familiar, you could be around this game, play it even for quite some time without knowing that. They put the broom down just to make sure nobody would take the rocks, and coming out with this instrument, you'll see the MIT Harvard skip politely cooling it off on the ice because that calibration device is at about 46 degrees and our ice is at about 25 degrees. So if you put it out, it's not as bad as placing your palm onto the ice, but it will melt it. So after putting it down for a minute, you're going to see him out there, his opponent, because we are a gentle player's sport. His opponent will oversee just to make sure nobody falls over or kicks anything. Just in case we want to keep ourselves on our best. There's always going to be one player from each team in there to oversee this. being that we're not at the national or world level, you will not have officials. We do self-police our sport, and we do agree to all results. If somehow it's down, we had this happen actually a couple spiels ago where it was down to like 2 millimeters or something like that. We're not sure what, but they'll most likely settle this. But if it is that close that it requires a really fine tune, we do have a digital measuring device that will get it down to, I believe, even the millimeter, and but they have been able to settle on that it is a red rock. So looks like it's going to be red's going to take the score there on sheet C. Penn's Vice on sheet A out of the house with his first stone. Sweepers are giving it some pretty good brushing. They seem to be hopeful to bring this into the rings to place some additional pressure. Now they're up as it's skips come out. She's going to finish it off nicely. It did seem to overcurl, but it's still a pretty good result for them. Back on sheet B, we got a nice looking draw coming down. Ran out of steam. Turned out to be a guard. So for the time being, Yale still sitting #1 shot. Juan has indicated he would like his mates to bring this latest shot also into the rings. Try to get themselves a nice split. If they could score 2 or 3 here, we're going to have ourselves a tight match in the Yale-Harvard matchup. So yes, it was in fact a steal of 2 in the 5th end for MIT-Harvard. And they have jumped out to a 7-3 lead as a result. Heading back in the 6th end with a centerline guard. Overcurled a little bit, but it's still good. It's out front. Having themselves a little bit of a lead. Skip confidently gives a nod back to the crew, saying, job well done. Anything we could pop out front. Although Princeton UConn is going to try to give themselves a corner guard on the other side. As I mentioned before, Patrick's sweeping alone. Laura's been cool enough to come out and help sweep. Got some real good team brushing, and they're going to get this thing over. Sure. Maybe not. And that's where our second sweeper can come in handy, but that was a really valiant effort and excellent team play. So they're still in a good mood for Princeton UConn. They're hanging in there, and we like the way they play. Penn's Vice's last rock is headed into the rings, and they're hopeful to come down to the currently #1 stone. I've got a couple athletes in the way, so I can't really see. And I'm thinking Princeton 1's rock is still #1. Got to clear some of the traffic of players and such. And we're on about the most opposite angle you can have. But red is still sitting 1 on sheet A. On sheet B, Harvard's skip is likely drawing around that assortment of guards laid up on the left-hand side of the house, those corner guards. If they could get themselves cover there and be anywhere in the 8-foot rings, 4-foot rings, they'll have themselves the shot rock, although it does look a little bit hot coming down, and they're okay to watch this one soar out. Yale is skipped, escorts it out of the rings, which sets things right back to them. They're going to go to the same exact spot. They want to go to the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the sheet, under that assortment of guards in the top 8, get themselves that split house back. If Yale can get themselves a couple here, that will definitely tighten this matchup after 6. On sheet C, not as bad as it looks. There are 3 MIT Harvard rocks in the house, although with shot in hand, Princeton UConn is looking to draw down to the back number 1 stone. It does have a little bit too much weight, so they're hopeful that it might come across. It unfortunately had not. So Princeton UConn was not able to put anything into the rings, but they'll still have options, and they've still got a few shots left. That's prompting MIT Harvard skip to tighten up the pressure now and bring a 4th rock in, as rightly such. That shot's heading down. Sweepers are content just to escort it for now, checking their clocks, checking their feel, looking up for the skip's line call. Now they're going on it, and the skip wants to bring that thing right down to the tee line, which would place some pressure, although it's equally as fine because it clicked on that top 12 foot, spilled off onto the center line for a real nice looking guard, albeit in the house. So that's going to put a little pressure on Lara and company for what I think is Patrick's second of his 3 stones. And they're coming in to simply double these things out. They have opted to now come the other way instead. If they can successfully remove both of these and leave themselves on the top of the rings, they'll be in good position to get something done here. Patrick's got the hit weight. The shot did float a little wide. It just didn't return. So they're gonna need to think things through a little more thoroughly for Princeton UConn once they get the possession back. And MIT Harvard is very content to just split those 2 with a guard, making it hard to make any triples or even doubles. If they can place that there, this should give them some very good pressure applied here in the 6th end. On sheet A, red rock, final red rock out of hand. They're currently the number 2 stone, and they're trying to hit the shot rock. Can't quite see, but it looks like from here it's probably going to make it. And they did. They picked it out. They did jam on their own, so it really didn't change much. What it's done was gave them the number 1 stone in the rear 4-foot. It looks like it's wide open from this angle. So Penn's Skip and Vice are having a look over this because 1, 2, 3, 4, oh gosh. If they can remove this rock and stick, they might score 6. Unless my color blindedness is fooling me on my monitor. Even if they spill out, they could likely score 5. Red has 1 on the back 12. I don't think it's counting, unfortunately. So this looks to be the first real big shot of the spiel. And Penn's skip is down for her final stone now. Meanwhile, on sheet C, Laura called a great shot. Patrick delivered it nicely. They did shake up those guards. So, yeah, Skip's looking confident, too. They removed 1 totally off the rings, booted the other over to the side. Even though it's still biting, it's now of far less consequence. Princeton UConn now has an option to run this up, unless, of course, MIT Harvard can lay up this guard, stagger it a little, which would make things a little more complicated. Sheet A, here's the hammer stone for Penn. Her rock looks real good. They are sweeping it. They got by the guard. They definitely removed, and they're going to stick in the back 8. I think we might have ourselves a score of 6. It's definitely at least 4 or 5 for Penn. So we're going to wait to see what happens because that's a big end. Well played end. And
On sheet C, MIT Harvard, their shot, while it hadn't quite come back to where they were seeking, it did corner. It came around and cornered out the Soul Yellow Rock, leaving Princeton UConn with really just one option to curl around that entire mix. And Laura is asking Patrick to do exactly that. Coming right out. I don't think it's going to get around, but it's going to definitely shake things up in front. So this could be a helpful stone, especially with the skip rocks forthcoming. Okay. They did clear things up. They rolled their object stone to the third best shot. MIT Harvard, Skip has indicated he would like his first rock to just simply go right back to the center and clog things up. Heading down for his last rock. On sheet B, our friends at Yale, we got ourselves a triple sweep, some bad brushing. Juan was called in line. They got by everything. Making sure they step carefully over those guards and don't mix anything up. That's a nice looking stone. Well swept, well called, perfectly thrown. And that was the hammer, so I think that gives them either one or two here in the sixth. We just got confirmation that Team Yale Bulldogs did grab themselves the deuce in the sixth. We got ourselves a match at Harvard 6, Yale 4. Hello again, everybody out there in Nutmeg College, Curling Nation, and beyond. Looks like we're starting to grow quite a little audience. I guess everybody got home from work, maybe finished up your dinner. We'll give you a recap on all the scores in a moment, but Patrick is giving Laura about a stone and a half. Nope, they just tightened up. They're going to hit this stuff. We like this call. MIT Harvard are certainly sitting the first two, and I think it's pretty certain they're sitting the first three. Laura's going to throw some weight on this, and here it comes. It looks nice. Sweeper is on it. Has switched positions, giving it some bad brushing. Apologies, I've got an athlete skip in the way, but this thing is going to come in real nice. Boom, boom. Oh, that's a great shot because it opened up possibilities for the hammer. Things are lined up for Princeton UConn to possibly do some damage here, some good damage. MIT Harvard is going to certainly want to clog up that center, or else they could be leaving their opponents with a real opportunity to jump back into this strongly. Sheet B has jumped out to a lead on time constraint. They are now in their seventh end. Things are not yet developing, but just a guard in play. Their second shot, they're trying to curl around that corner guard. Got by nicely. We're into what we assume to be late match speed. It went to the back of the rings. It may be biting. I think it is actually biting on the back 12, so that'll work for them for now. Sheets A and C are still playing back for their sixth end. On sheet C, MIT Harvard's skips final stone. I've got some athletes in the way, so it's really hard to tell, but it may not be curling back to quite where they wanted. Although, yeah, it does look pretty good. They're going to, oh, nicely laid up guard. That was placed well, swept well. Great line. Laura and Patrick are now having a thoughtful discussion over this. They've got themselves a port to come through, but now they're looking to just shake everything up and just, as I say, bust it. Let's see what happens because, yep, we're thinking that Princeton UConn is probably going to try to jam up that guard that was just placed into their own yellow, maybe even jam that into the two MIT Harvard stones surrounding the 4-foot, shake them to the point where they both either leave the rings or just head to the back of the house. That would give them a deuce here in the 6. Here comes Laura with her shot. It's a nice looking release. Patrick's being mindful not to step on all these stones in the house. Shot's coming down. Looks like it's headed right through that port. It's going to shake things up a little bit, but unfortunately didn't curl to the degree that they would have hoped. And it looks like we've got ourselves a steal of 2. They give it a second check, but yes, it is a steal of 2. So after 6 ends on sheet C, we've got MIT up over Princeton UConn by a score of 9-3. We're gonna, now that we're in the 7th end, or about to be, sheet A is just finishing up their 6th end. Penn is looking to guard, bring this into the top of the house, which should give them a count of 3. It did lay up a little shy, which is just fine. They've got 2 well-guarded shots. They've got a fairly handy lead as well. So we're gonna focus almost all attention on the Yale-Harvard match now. Harvard's second is out of the house with his final stone. Sweepers were on it at first, then up, now down again. They have chipped that center guard rather nicely. Took it right out of play. I think it rolled off the rings. Yes, it had. Shooter also conveniently rolled well out of any otherwise imperiled position. Looks like Yale's still got that soul stone. I'm going to commit to saying that that stone is biting on the back 12 and therefore the would-be steal. So Yale, here we come. And based on that broom, we're thinking that they may be bypassing the center guard and just trying to lob another one in there. Yale's coach, Ed Simia, checking things out from behind the glass. And it looks like they may not get by these assortment of guards. They did click, but did they roll their... I think they did. They may have rolled the second object stone onto the rings, or at least pretty darn close. So we're not sure. Either event, Harvard skip asking the Vice if she'd please bring her first rock right around all of this. They would like to get themselves shot rock, especially in the event. And now I can see on the monitor definitively, yeah, it's just Yale counting that 1 for now. But if they steal here, that's going to really tighten things up for Harvard. Harvard's Vice out of the house with her first rock. Sweepers are giving it some pretty bad brushing. I think that's by the guard, and if so, it's going to turn out to be a real good one. They did skinny by about 2 inches. Question is, will it stop in the rear of the house? We are up to late match speed. It is very zippy out there. I'm pretty sure that's off the rings. It is. Harvard Skip has kicked it to the bin, as we say. Just a quick communique back to his mates that they might maybe, make a fine-tune adjustment for their late match draw weight. This is going to give Yale an opportunity to place another one into the rings at what could potentially set up the Bulldogs for a steal or two. I've got a whole slew of sweepers and athletes in all directions. Have no idea what's on this shot. Now I can see. And this one may be following their opponents right down to the back of the house. And it has gone all the way through the rings. So things are unchanged. Harvard will have another opportunity at presumably the same shot. And their vice is now out of the hack with a nice looking delivery for her last stone. Beautiful handle and release. Sweepers are giving it some bad brushing. I think it's curling. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it may click on that center guard. They did, in fact, get by it. And they're going to hope that it, unlike the prior, might hang around. Juan's giving it a real hefty defensive sweep. I think that Harvard stone has laid up as the shot rock. Either event, Juan has indicated that he'd like to draw down to it. Negative that. Yale is still shot rock on sheet B. So here we go, Yale. If the Bulldogs can. If this first shot of Juan's can land itself behind those guards, they're going to have themselves a split of 2 on the defensive side. He's off with a nice looking delivery. Sweepers are content to stay off it for now. Now they're giving it some brush. If this gets around that guard, it's going to be real good. But unfortunately, it overcut pretty hard. So we're also seem to be an indication that we are into late match pebbling, because we're starting to get some rocks really cut in and take off. Our friends on sheet C have agreed to conclude the match with some hearty handshakes. All good friends. Some great looking shots out there. But just to recap, sheet C has concluded first draw with MIT/Harvard 2 defeating Princeton 2/UConn by a score of 9-3. Our pals from Princeton and UConn put up quite the effort with just the threesome. We sure hope that they'll have a fourth person to jump in for their second draw. We give them a lot of credit for playing with just 3. Something that, as a home club participant, I'm hopeful that especially our visiting mates, will realize is, as with our building, as 8 athletes exit the arena, things may frost up a little bit out there. There's just simply a lot less body heat and BTUs. So, and it'll happen in about as little as 5 to 10 minutes. You're gonna start to see rocks slow up a little. So that always makes it challenging. Over on sheet A, it looks like Penn has got 2, and they actually have a third. So the last rock is coming up, and it was unfortunately just a little bit short. Therefore, also concluding with handshakes on sheet A. That would give us a final score. Looks like it's going to be 8-1. Penn over Princeton 1. And now as we have 8 more athletes heading off the arena, that's going to leave just 8 folks in the Yale-Harvard matchup. So they're going to get the all treatment, as we say. But it also could start to get noticeably cold out there for the remainder of this 7th end and what's going to shape up to be a spectacular 8th end. Yale is still sitting shot, and it looks like I think Yale just got themselves a steal. They have. Harvard Skip not thoroughly pleased with his hammer, although we're starting to see some real divey rocks. Late match, rocks are starting to cut pretty hard. It's getting a little colder out there, and it's going to get even more cold. Penn Skip is heading back down. She played really, really well. They're going to come in and grab themselves some dinner. Kudos to you, Penn, for a well-played draw. That'll advance both they as well as MIT/Harvard 2 onto the second round of the main event here for the Yale SuperSpiel. So wouldn't you know, Yale-Harvard, a rivalry that goes back, I believe, at least 150 years, Tom. I know in football, 150-something years. We have got ourselves, after 7 ends, Harvard 6, Yale 5. Juan is excited to start this 8th end. He seems up. His opponents at Harvard, not so up, but I'm not sure why. They played really well. Let's hope they all keep their psyche jacked up. We all here in the lounge, which is filling up big time, by the way. We got people and food everywhere. Everybody's pressed to the window to check this out. So, with the first rock in play from our pals at Yale, oh boy, you can see Juan almost, his momentum is with him. He's psyched. His mates just laid up the perfect opener for this 8th end with a beautifully placed center guard. Harvard is going to maybe try to tick this. Skip's made a real good line call. Sweepers gave it some good brushing. It is going to advance it. Yeah, real nice tick shot. Look at that. I'm hearing tick shot. We're seeing some facial expressions. I think Harvard Skip has picked himself back up. That was a real great shot. Great call. All of the above. Juan shakes that off and looks right back down the ice to his lead and says, hey, you know what? We're going to put something else right back into the center. They might even be curling through this to use now Harvard's yellow corner guard, and yeah, they are. It might unfortunately be a little heavy, and it is. Harvard Skip Cortez content to race to that forefoot now with the shot that Yale had just attempted. They do have themselves the comfort and convenience in knowing that they hypothetically could blank this end. But as long as they keep things clean up front, score 1, that'll give them the victory in this first draw. So Yale's got to rally to get their steal on in the 8th. Harvard's second stone is a little hot, but it's going to stick around on the back 12. Skip's content with that. It seems pretty well covered under that corner guard that they had previously ticked. And now Juan's just having a real thorough look over all of his angles. I kind of want to go to the zoomed in near end. We don't have a near B camera, just a far B, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just triple checking right now. Yeah, unfortunately. And I'm going to stick with the 6-house view because I'm a big fan of watching the delivery as well. And even though you're going to get a twice the volume of the house, plus all of us in the lounge, I always like to let everyone see the everything we're seeing, which are these deliveries as well. So, being said, Harvard second out of the hack with his first stone. Just one sweeper on it, trying to give it a little bit of push away. We think that it may get by that guard. It unfortunately clicked, but conveniently rolled itself back over to the center line, further edging over that previously placed corner guard. And I think it would appear that that shot stone of theirs is now entirely buried as a result. So we got ourselves a big mix out in the center, and Juan of Yale is about 2/3 of the way out into the 12-foot. They're in the weeds, as we say. He wants to just come around all that stuff. If he could drop himself into the 4-foot anytime soon, that's going to drive the play this end. As I had mentioned earlier, with 16 athletes jumping off, plus the really far wide angle, looks like both skips are going to have to wrangle with this frosty condition because there's 4 guards strewn about most of the 4-foot line. There's just simply no way to come in inside the TV line or 4-foot. So now, having seen the rock dive back a little bit from Yale, Harvard skip Cortez has got this line at about 4 or 5 inches outside the entire house in what's probably the furthest wide shot that anybody's taken. It looks real good. Sweepers are not touching it. It's starting to curl back. It should get to the rings, and it finished nicely and curled back to almost the edge of the 8, but did, per that frosty condition out there, come up about 2.5 stones short of the house, which they're okay with because, you know, they have got the shot rock, and until anything might be presented alternatively by Juan and company from Yale, that shot is what's going to be the winner. So Yale's hit is out of hand. It's got some weight. That's a pretty good one. Even though another spinner came onto the rings of Harvard's, it is to the rear 8. But Juan and company have blown open the entire situation. Our right-hand side of the sheet still has a ton of guards. Not a ton, 3 of them, 1 wide, but 2 that are pretty much taking away most decent 4-foot shot approaches. Harvard wants to bring themselves another one onto the rings. Juan and company at Yale have at least given themselves some opportunity, you know, to maybe somehow get one in there eventually and go for the steal. Harvard's rock is being swept. It is curling a lot. Nice game, Skip. Good game. Yeah, that frost continues to present some challenges. One of the sweepers found something to boot, so maybe there was a pick on one of those prior stones. Something that got up underneath one of them. Juan's just having a last-minute look over things. You probably hear the hustle bustle. Our second draw has shown up. We got a ton of folks in here having some real good dinner. Juan and company served up a real good Italian pasta and meat, I think meatball and garlic bread dinner. And my buddy from Penn is sitting there smiling. He's chowing, man. That looks jamming. It's good. Oh, yeah, right? Eat, man. We got a ton, so yeah, enjoy. So with the broom placed about 4, maybe 5 inches off the edge of the 4-foot, Juan is asking his vice to get around those guards, maybe even sit on the tee line. It does look a little bit hot. The sweepers have not touched it. It is slowing up real nice, though, as well as finishing. I think we might have shot rock here, and we do. Steal on. Uh, Kudos to that. They got that line with perfection. The sweepers, equal perfection on the sweep, and I can't tell from here, but I'm pretty convinced that Yale rock is completely buried. It is shot rock, we know that. Mr. Cortez has therefore asked his team to simply lock onto it. So this is a very important stone and a pivotal point. Stone's got a little extra handle on it. They're trying to give it a push. It does have closer to back house to hack weight. It did not get there. Advantage Yale for a moment because they not only have shot in hand, but they have got a shot buried. They at first were considering bringing it to the same side. They're going to thoughtfully think this through, and they are. They, for a moment, did alternatively think to go to the other side. I really like what they're doing here. There is no need to go out into the open. If they can place this first skip rock of wands above the tee line, maybe even top 4 foot, but behind those guards, that is not going to give Harvard much at all. But what it would additionally do would be to put Yale into a possible position to steal 2. Juan's vice is out of the house. Again, the frostiness continues, but they've got themselves, albeit high guard. It's now just simply doubled up the width of the prior guards. This is going to make any approach that Harvard has that much tougher. But yeah, they want the 4 foot. So Skip Cortez is looking to essentially go to the same spot. He's suggesting to his vice, you know, if we don't get there, they might, and that would hurt, and it would. So this is, again, another pivotal point. They have got to place this with great precision. They certainly wouldn't want to leave themselves out in the open for anything Yale could hit, especially if it leaves itself in a position where Yale might be able to hit and roll. Mr. Cortez is out of the hack with a very beautiful delivery, great handle, nice release. Sweepers were off it for a moment, but now on it. I unfortunately think that is shy. It will be shy. It's probably going to add to the pile of guards. And it did. It rubbed ever so slightly off that previous Yale guard that had been placed there, making it about another 100% stone's worth of a guard. Yale is now owning the center. So here comes Juan with his final rock. And this is going to be a matter of, are we going to try to put 2 into position or be happy to keep 1 in position? Sweepers are on it trying to push it off those guards. I don't think it's going to get by. It clicked, unfortunately. While it did remove the most recent stone of Harvard's, it did not move that other red guard of Yale's. So Skip Cortez is looking at the shot they faced 2 shots ago on his vice's last stone. He's just got to draw down to the shot rock. Doesn't need to hit it. Again, they just need 1, and this will give them the win. However, if come to a stop for this stone at the end, it is not counting. We're going to have ourselves a tie after regulation and bonus curling. Real nice looking delivery as he's been doing all night. Sweepers got on it pretty promptly. Now they're back up. The line is fine. It looks like a rather good-looking stone. It's just a matter of had they perhaps overswept it. You're going to hear a lot of banter in here, and that should do it, and it does. That is nicely swept. Lots of sighs of relief, both on and off the ice. Bunch of fist pumps for all. What a great match. Harvard does survive a late press by Yale Bulldogs. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to bring us to a final score of Harvard 7 and Yale 5 on Sheet B in our first event. They're all heading in now for what they probably have no idea is a really nice looking dinner spread. And I think we got, oh, it's not Penn, it's Penn State. Welcome. Nice looking jerseys. That's the bomb. They got, you didn't get one. Oh, we got to negotiate. Penn State, welcome. Nittany Lions, they showed up with these really awesome looking, wow, hoodies. They got hoods too. Ties, sponsor, names. We have a curler named Bria, Jim Bria. Are you related? Oh, okay. Looks like they've got 5 or 6 on the Penn State. 2 teams, okay, awesome. Are you Penn State 1 or Penn State 2? Okay. Are you playing each other in this draw? Yeah, that would be crazy. It'd be hard to tell, but maybe you'll meet up in the final or something. So yeah, everybody, Penn State has arrived into Bridgeport here at Nutmeg with 2 full rinks, so you'll be hearing a lot about Penn State 1 and Penn State 2. Cheers that. So just as a recap, Harvard did stave off a late press by the Yale Bulldogs and complete that match with a victory of 7-5 on Sheet B. They will move on, I believe, tomorrow morning. Grab a draw if you can. Give us a call at the club if you don't have it. Check out our Facebook page at nutmegcurling.com or our club's webpage, or just simply get in touch with Juan and the folks at Yale who are hosting this awesome spiel. And we, as you can tell, we got our ice techs out there prepping up for what's going to be, I think, 3 more draws. Maybe, yeah, it should be 3 full sheets for our second and final draw. Scheduled to roll off at about 9:30 based on the progress. They should easily be able to do that. I think it's only about 10 past now. But hey, thanks everybody for joining us in this first draw. If you're hanging in for the night and inclined to stay up late, grab some food, grab yourselves a hot or cold beverage. Hey, come down to the club if you want. We got plenty of food, plenty of alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages for you at the pub. And we're going to be with you for a couple more hours. I'm going to be checking out for a quick soda break and a trip to just chat with some folks and say hello. And we'll check you guys out in a little bit. Take care. Okay, looks like we're up to 24 now. 24 viewers. Thanks for coming to hang out with us here on a Friday night. Again at the Yale 2023 SuperSpiel. 25, I think we're at our highest count for the night. Hey, so what's everybody out there doing in Nutmeg and beyond Curling Nation? Are we presumably indoors? You got a fireplace going, dinner, warm beverages, cold beverages? Got a couple curling matches on. I know we've got I can't remember which one, but it's a real big pro tournament. It's one of the Brier qualifiers up in Canada. So I assume many of you are watching that. As a recap for those of you that might have just tuned in, on Sheet A, we've got Cornell versus Penn State 1. Cornell are throwing the Yellowstones, Penn State red. On Sheet B, we've got Hamilton College up against Penn State 2. And they're in their second end as well. Penn State being the Yellowstones with Hamilton being red. And on Sheet C, we've got RPI throwing Red Rocks and Bowdoin 2 throwing the Yellowstones. Quick rundown on the scores. RPI had stolen 2 on Sheet C in the first to jump out to a 2-0 lead. Penn State had also stolen in the first end, though they stole 3 to jump out to a 3-0 lead over Hamilton. And on Sheet A, Cornell did take 1 with the hammer in the first to jump out to a 1-0 lead over Penn State 1. Not Hamilton. Cornell's skip, fist pump from his vise, just made a really nice down hit weight. Rolled it about half under cover, but it is now shot stone, so they're starting to put a little bit of early pressure on Cornell. We'll see how Cornell rebounds from that. Still plenty of match. These are 8-end matches. If they result in a tie, they are to be determined by a extra end or more. On Sheet C, looks like those guys ran into the frost. That's the furthest I recall anybody coming out from the center line all night. So I think everybody just got a taste of our, and it's a pretty, one of the colder nights all week. Got a little frosty out there, so I think they just set the gauge. They did hog that stone, but they're in good spirits about it. They as I say, they learn and move on. We've still got a whole slew of guards out in the front. RPI's skip, just to give you a quick rundown, is Jacob Lorelli. His vice is Claire Gottardi. They're finished off with the front end of Sam Holmes at second and Cecilia Fenstemaker at lead. Their opponents from Bowdoin College are skipped by Gavin Seicherts. Vice is Owen Smiley, and they're finished off with front end William Graff at second and Rachel Lynn as lead. We apologize, those are the only 2 rinks that we've got the full roster for. The Penn State, wouldn't you know, they got those really awesome looking jerseys. They did come with hoods, so I can't tell if their skip's name is maybe Mastriano. It almost looks like it says Maryland, although I know it isn't. But we'll get to that. We got ourselves a real nice hit and roll. And when good for you. That's the skip heading down with a big smile on her face. She just threw a great one. I'm pretty sure that they are sitting 2, and she's very pleased with that resultant. Shot rock is mostly undercover. There is a Penn State stone in the back 8. We are pretty sure it is the 3rd rock. So it would look as though Hamilton's in good shape for now to take some points with the hammer, maybe even get 2. RPI is having a blast out there, loving that sweater. And if you just joined, because a bunch of people keep jumping in, I was told they curl out of Schenectady, so something I grew up always calling the Albany handle. They place their arm and they raise the opposite arm instead of saying where they'd like you to place the turn on the handle. They put their arm into the direction where they want you to send the stone. So a round of fist pumps for RPI after the second end. Looks like, unfortunately for Bowdoin, too, that RPI did again steal 2 in the second to jump out to a 4-0 lead. Hello, I hope I pronounced Melanie Salas, rooting on Bowdoin, all caps, big time Bowdoin College. Hello, Melanie. Hopefully you're having a great time. Hopefully you're indoors and warm, having some food and beverage. Great to see that you're cheering on your mates. Jumping back over to sheet B. Hamilton's skip is going to have herself a fairly open draw for what looks to be 3 to even things up. As long as she grabs herself full 8 foot, front or back. And I think they're actually coming with some weight to just hit the number 3 stone to make sure they do it, or at least bump it a little bit. Shots out of hand, sweepers are on it with a pretty good brush. Not killing it, but now they're going pretty hard. Vice is asking for a hard sweep, and yeah, this is going to work out. It did just catch the inside of that soul yellow stone, leaving 3 red rocks of Hamilton's in the rings, taking 3 with the hammer. Round of high fives for all 4, lots of smiles, and they're pretty jazzed up because after giving up a steal of 3 in the first, they've now since taken 3 in the second and have handed the hammer back to Penn State 2, and things are looking even Steven there as we head into the third end. After 2 ends on sheet A, Penn State 1 did grab 3 in the second to go up 3-1 over Cornell after 2 ends. And it seems like everybody's having a great time out there. A lot of smiles, love to see it. Hey, Oscar Pinero, apologies if I didn't, but hey there, Oscar. Giving a shout out, go Emily and Team Cornell. So Oscar's in the house, Oscar's jazzed, and Oscar and friends and family are rooting for Emily and the folks at Cornell. We still got a good contingent of the curlers from Yale and beyond, and Penn College, UPenn, pardon. Just had a big old spaghetti and meatball, garlic bread, etc. dinner. They're all sitting around chilling, watching this second draw. A lot of life in here tonight. Place smells great. Smells like just went to Grandma's house for spaghetti and meatballs. We got our pals Karen Shane and Kathy Morley chilling out, watching some pro curling over there.
And I think they broke out the dessert because I saw some cupcakes and whatnot before. So looks like everyone's having a grand old time. So we got Cornell skip. Hard to tell from this angle, but there's a port. And Penn State one's got the sole shot in the house. We assume that this is going to be a down weight, maybe not so down weight hit. Coming inside out. And we assume that they would like to hit that shot rock and roll under cover under that nice looking guard. They did unfortunately not curl quite enough. Clipped into their own guard, which is cool. They moved it out of the way, rendering about the entire 4-foot track wide open once again. That does give Penn State one shot in hand, so they may split the house. They may just decide to try to guard that. But it does look as though they're going to take a very, yep, they are going to guard, a center guard, and they're content to just guard what they've got in there. And taking the broom, a good way out on the wing of the sheet. Hard to tell, we got some athletes in the way. Not sure who that fella is that just delivered, but he's got a real smooth delivery there. Fella from Penn State. And the sweepers are on it with some pretty bad brushing. Bad as in good, that is. And wouldn't you know, they dropped it right on the center line, so that's a fantastic guard. And sheet B, they are looking to draw around the corner guard that they had placed up. Apologies, they're going to raise the cornerish guard. Pushed it off onto the far side of the rings. We think it's going to probably grab in the back, and it does, but it opens things up to change things up. So although yellow is sitting shot for now, Penn State is sitting shot, and they've got stone in hand, but they've got to be careful. Hamilton's got themselves the second and third stone. Second shot, of course, under real good cover. And they're just looking to guard for Penn State. Nope, apologies. They're going to come down to either sit or bump back that best red rock. On sheet C, there was what looked to be a real nice takeout thrown. Must have caught that trough. It just didn't come back enough. It went by about as thin as it could without striking. And RPI's Vice Claire is headed down for her first rock. And it looks like Jacob is likely asking her to place that onto the top 12 or just outside the house. You don't want to leave easy doubles. They've already got 3 in there. But chances are they're going to put this biting the rings or maybe even full 12. But as long as they can protect those first 2 shots for the most part, they should find themselves in pretty good shape. Nittany Lions. And thanks, Jill, because now that solves the riddle of the jerseys. Hope I pronounced correctly. Jill Fooch saying, let's go Nittany Lions, go Penn State. Oh, and you're down in Austin, Texas. I hope you're having some barbecue, Jill. And, is that Sam's? Sam's mom. Is it Fooch? Fudge? Fuge. Like future. Okay. Hello, Jill Fuge. Our contacts and intelligence here tell us you're Sam's mother. And thank you, because I couldn't tell Sam's last name with the jersey. They got great-looking jerseys. Looks like you're jamming down in Austin, Texas. And, yes, Jill, definitely a nice shot, Penn State. Wow. And that was just followed up by a double. And I've got to assume that's Valentine.
Looks like Mr. Valentine just laid up an equally nice double for the Nittany Lions. Whoops. Had a little foot traffic on those stones, Mr. Valentine. But one heck of a shot. So enter Hamilton with their Vice's last stone, or maybe it is the first. I can't tell. I think it's their first. They're calling for a hit, and if they get that thin enough, maybe they could pop over and get two. They got the one. It sliced across and ran into one of the other shots, popped it off the rings. That's a pretty good outcome. It did clear up the center quite a bit. They are sitting his third shot, seemingly. Yep, third shot. Penn State's still sitting the first two shots, and it looks as though Penn State's Vice is headed down for her first. Couple of quick fist pumps from her mates. We're not honestly sure what this young lady's name is, but we're going to get a peek. Oh, Bria. So Ms. Bria in the hack for her first of two. And, yeah, it looks like they're likely to just guard their number one stone, because we also believe that Penn State, yep, they do the Albany handle as well. So they're going to curl over to our left side of the sheet. And you know what? They're probably even tapping this up, which makes a lot of sense. That'll give them a split of three. And if they push theirs back, it'll actually jam it into one of those red rocks in the back. Unfortunately, it did not. It did move it off the rings, but it left the shooter nicely out of the way, over in the back 8 foot, kind of over near that corner guard. Things are still nice and wide open for both teams. Meanwhile, on sheet C, Bowdoin's Bowdoin's Vice just let go his final shot. That's Owen Smiley, we believe. Owen's shot curled a real lot, caught it real hard. Did not make the mark. Not sure if they took enough ice, perhaps. Sometimes you just get some stones here cut a little more. But that stone wasn't what we call a cutter. Dug in pretty good. And, Jill, thanks so much. We enjoy you saying as much. I really, really appreciate you saying that, Jill. Cheers to you. I hope you're somewhere warm and dry, having some good barbecue and whatever beverage you prefer. I don't know if you're down there on holiday or if you reside in Austin, Texas. My last company I worked for was based out of Austin, Texas. So we got Jill down in Austin. Where's everybody else? I know we've got some folks from Maine here. We've got, people that came good 4 or 5 hours from certain arenas. So not too sure where you all are, what you're all up to tonight. I know there's no NFL games, so there's no excuse there. I'm taping my favorite NHL team, and I won't say it because somebody's always going to spoil it. And when I get home at about midnight, I'll tune into the first period, and I'll just stay off the radio. But, Jill has updated. We live here. Great barbecue. No kidding. I call myself a smoke miner, Jill. I'm maybe someday to be a smoke master, but I'm a pretty good amateur barbecue guy. And I watch a lot of those programs. I read a lot of stuff. I know there's a thing down in the Lone Star State where it's all about the wood, because I know all the best barbecue chefs down in Texas not only prefer to use exclusively wood-fired ovens, but there's a certain type of, I think it's a mesquite tree that y'all grow down there that's different, say, from the trees maybe even on the East Coast or up in the northern part of the country. So not sure if you knew that or how long you've lived in Austin, but it's all about the wood. And yes, that was another great shot by Penn State. So checking in over on
Sheet A, our jovial skip from Cornell, is having some communique. I'm guessing they're throwing some pretty big weight because his sweepers are already up at the hog line. So we're just taking a peek. Yeah, and it looks like, unfortunately for them, for the time being, there are two Penn State rocks, Penn State 1 that is, are surrounding the forefoot. So, yeah, he wants to make this a real good one with his hammer. Try to get himself one, but gosh, if he could pull off this double and stick, looks like they could get themselves as much as 3 in this end. It's a control up, nice looking shot. Can't quite tell because there's some athletes in the way. But it looks like he hit his own and rolled over somewhere near the button, and I think he took one. Again, hard to tell. I've got a bunch of people between my field of vision. It looks like they may measure because they're pretty. Nope, they're kicking. We'll assume for now that Cornell did take one in the third, but please stay tuned for any updated postings. They should hopefully put that score tile up in a moment. So that brings us back to Penn State 2 in the hack with their skips. First of 2. And wouldn't you know, the hood just popped up, so I almost got a chance to read the name with accuracy. It isn't Maryland. It may even be like Mastronio or something, but for now, that's our skip. Our Nittany Lion Team 2 skip. It's M-A-R, could even be Marchand, I'm not sure. Could be Marchand. Hopefully no relation to Brad Marchand. He's a great hockey player. I'm just not fond of the dude. For obvious reasons. Anybody that knows the NHL. Brad's a great hockey player, just not too popular. So we're looking over on sheet C for Bowdoin. And Jacob's got something going out there on the ice, and the vice is waving down. His pals are sitting right next to me. Something funny just happened. I don't know. I love to see curlers having a great time. Oh, maybe it's because he's throwing against 4 or 5, but I assume they're going with some down weight. If he pops this a little bit to the inside, we'll get that preferred roll into the forefoot. Yeah, I think that's why they're laughing. He must have said something humorous about having to throw against 5, but this looks pretty good. If it just swings a little more, maybe. Let's see what we got. It did move it enough out of the rings. Oh, gosh, I think it might only be 4th best, though. They may have just given themselves a steal of 3. Stay tuned, please. That could be a big point. Unfortunately, it had been. It just didn't roll over. So while it did remove one of those 4 stones and outcount the 5th, RPI has now jumped out to a fairly commanding lead on sheet C. Their skip comes back with a nice, confident, and certainly relaxed disposition. They've got themselves, after 3 ends, have jumped out to a 7-0 lead, which is why I love the game. Everybody on the sheet still having a really good time. And, you know, it's a long match. There's a lot of match ahead of us. So, yeah, cheers to Gavin. He plays the game like I play it. If I'm having a great night, middle night, or frankly a lousy night, I'm still happy that I'm not somewhere else. So, you know, a bad day of curling blows away a great day at the office any day. So what's going on here on sheet B? They're having a chat, but Nittany Lions skip coming down for the hammer. And this is, what is that fella's last name? Marchand?
Marchurand. I hope I pronounced that. Marchurand? Oh, thank you, Marchurano. I'm just relieved it isn't Marchand. But, so he's off with his hammer, and he looks like he's going to just pop those two, or hopefully pop those rocks off. I think there's 2 rocks on the 4-foot. But here comes his hammer shot. Vice has come out to help sweep so they could hold the line, and they did. They nosed it and rolled over, and I'm pretty, there was just, well, there were 2. So he shook them up, dropped himself onto the top of the 4-foot, and I'm pretty sure took 1 in that end. We'll be sure to let you know either way. But fairly sure that Penn State just took 1 in the 3rd end. Speaking of Penn State, their mates on Penn State 1 on sheet A just laid up a real sweet center guard. So now they've got 2 center guards, well distanced, as well as shot rock. And Cornell's Skip is content to take a wide broom angle to come down to the 4-foot. They would love to get themselves either top 4-foot or just north of T-line, but in case it might be a little sturdy, they certainly got the stone in the back 8 to rest on. Just not sure if we're going to get by that guard. They clicked it, however, rolled off to the corner to get out of the way, and it does provide some cover for their sole stone in the house. So nothing too tragic there. And so Penn State, sheet A, Penn State that is, Penn State 1, is now looking to draw through that port and try to get around. But this one seems to have curled quite a bit, and they're brushing the heck out of it. So, oh, wouldn't you know? So, hello, Vicky G. Small world. Vicky G. Weighs in saying we're from Austin too. Well, hello, Vicky. Bowdoin College had 1 shot in mind, but now looks like Gavin has decided to come around that guard maybe and get themselves into the 4-foot. This one ran into a bit of frost. Probably going to come up somewhere around the top 12-foot. He's got some good team sweeping going on there. Oh, okay, so I think I'm getting oh, thanks, Vicky. So, and hello, Tom. Vicky's saying Claire Claire on RPI is from Austin, so I assume you must be maybe Claire's mom or Claire's sister or cousin or just a good friend. But, well, wouldn't you know? I mean, heck, folks are going to come to RPI or any of these schools, frankly, from all over the world. So we got a small world, though, that we've got at least a couple viewers from Austin, Texas, and I don't even think. Oh, thanks, Vicky. Vicky is Claire's mom. And Vicky, I hope I'm pronouncing correctly. Gottardi? Gottardi. Okay. So hello to Vicky again. We can understand why you didn't come up here. It's pretty cold and raw and damp, and there might be some snow coming in next week. So, yeah, I'm sure it's much more pleasant down there in Austin. Temps are probably warmer. I know you had some real cold stretches in, I think, December. It got really cold down there. Anywho's, back to sheet A. We're getting quite the assortment of guards scattered all over the place. And Cornell is now adding to that mix. They've placed something strategically just off center line to the left side, a very high guard. It's like a landmine of guards out there. And Cornell is sitting the #1 shot just behind the tee line in the extreme wings. So this is a tough place. It looks like the Nittany Lions, well, it's the same broom. They're either going to draw down around all those guards or they're going to hit that shot rock. I assume the latter, especially out there on the frost. And with the way it's cutting from there, if they could get themselves a nice hit and roll to the center, they are well guarded. Sweepers are on it real hard. Now they're up. And it did cut back to the center. They might even get some raise. They did. They raised one. They raised a second onto the 12-foot. They're looking at it, so I'll let them. Ooh, they're all looking. That's really, really close. Still a bunch of shots, but it's, especially if you don't play the game or you're brand new to it. Which of those stones rests as #1 as opposed to #2 right now is instrumental to both skips as far as how they're going to build this end. Whether you're up, whether you're down, whether you have the hammer or not, you'd like to know, and you'll play the rest of that end in accordance with that. Oh, Jill says, "What's snow?" Well, come on up to New England. Although Jill, it hasn't. We've had some onion snow, snow that doesn't stick. It's warm. We had some today. We have literally had maybe a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch dusting somewhere just around the week of Christmas, and we haven't had snow since. There has literally not been a plow in my neighborhood or anywhere here, other than up in the northwest Litchfield Hills. They've had a few up near Goshen, Litchfield, Salisbury area. They've had a few 2 to 3 inch dustings. We may get some snow next week, but yeah, it's that white flaky cold stuff that you have to shovel it, and if you step on it the wrong way, you'll slip and fall down. And I know that's a rarity in Texas, but it can happen. I know you had a deep freeze a couple years ago. So we're still looking at, I'm not going to count them, it's maybe 8 now, 7 guards on sheet A. Penn State looking at the same shot. I assume they're going to try to hit this #1 stone. The other Penn State 2 on sheet B, has just successfully placed a nice second rock across the top of the 12, owning the center, which is going to present some well-thought shot planning by Hamilton. And Hamilton's skip has opted to ignore those, and she is going to ask her vice to curl around the mix and get themselves to the button. That shot forthcoming. Bowdoin's shot, Bowdoin 2 that is, shot on sheet C. It's coming in for what's going to be a pretty cool tap. They're going to raise, they're going to wick, and I think they're shot 1. Real nice shot, and a round of applause from their pals here in the lounge. And Jacob is giving a woohoo. He's a jovial guy. I love the way he plays. Jacob, I don't know if they call him Jake. Really pleased with that result. I sure would be as a skip, or especially if I threw it, or both. But our man Gavin Seichers, no, sorry, I got that backwards. Jacob's now in the house. And pretty much shrugged off that nicely lied shot. It was placed there just outside the top 4. Has asked Claire to come down with some control weight. He likely took too much broom. It was real good weight. Nice looking handle on that. Just didn't return. We always get another chance at those though. Just as quickly shakes it off. They're still in great spirits. No cause for alarm, and they certainly got themselves a buffer on the scoreboard. So they're willing to move on to the next round of stones. So that does leave Bowdoin College with a chance to split this house. So Gavin, that is taking about the edge of the house for this shot for, I believe that's Owen Smiley. And the sweepers are content to stay off this. So now they're on it for line. It's going to come across and chip just a little bit of that number one. And this is going to be real good, guys. That's a fantastic shot. Sweepers are juiced. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that was Owen that threw that. So Skip's happy, shooter's happy, sweepers are happy. They are on the button under staggered guards. That stone is happy. That stone is not likely to go anywhere. Here come Skip Rocks. Jacob's headed down. Claire's having a look at the run back. I like this shot. If they could get this right on the nose. They go. So let's see what happens. We're starting to see quite a bit of stones in the house on sheet B. Yellow is the shot rock. Nearly certain that red is the second, but then yellow is third and fourth, so let's watch out for this. Oh, wow. Oh, you're kidding me. That was a raise. Wow. So on sheet C, it looks as though, and then these things happen, looks as though RPI did unintentionally clip the guard of Bowdoin's and raised it toward one of the red rocks, wicked off of it, jammed another into the other red rock, and I'm pretty sure they're sitting 2 stones, so things are starting to perk up for Bowdoin. And this is Gavin's first of 2, so, you know, if they play their cards right here and they pull off a couple of grand shots, they could score 3, maybe even 4, just not sure. So let's see how this thing unfolds. Sheet B's got a nice hit stone coming in. I don't know who that dude is from Hamilton, but that's a really nice hit and roll. Kudos to you, sir. That rock took the number 1 rock of Penn State 2s out of contention, rolled under a whole stack of guards, and I don't think that's likely to go anywhere. Although Penn State are having a look at it, it's not a real easy run back because of the way those rocks are situated. However, if they just come in with some weight, they could at least shake things or open them up. If they go right between those other 2 and run that yellow stone straight back, that could do it. So let's see. More on that. Meanwhile, I think we've got Hammerstone coming in on sheet A for Cornell. They are sitting, I think, 1. Maybe 2. Nope, just 1. But if they can get themselves a couple here, score's currently 4-1. So let's see what happens with this one. It's coming down the left side of the sheet. Sweepers are now on it, but up. They went through that. Oops. I'm not sure, but they may have unfortunately promoted Penn State's stone to the 4-foot. And as a matter of fact, it could be a steal of 2 for Penn State. We'll keep you apprised to that. On sheet C, red has since placed the second best stone. So we hammer forthcoming for Bowdoin. Yeah, I mean, ooh, and wouldn't you know, there is another stone of Bowdoin's over in the far 8 foot. If Gavin and Owen can pull this off with the double, which would likely keep the shooter, I just don't know if it might jam on that back one. There's with the down weight, there is a chance that Bowdoin might take 4. But if he makes it, very likely that they'll take 3, and that will give us a match. So let's see how this shakes out. I have got a whole assortment of athletes in front of me, so I'm getting up. Um, Hamilton is in the hack for their skip's first rock. I would just dare to guess that Hamilton is happy to guard here as their shot rock. I don't think they're going to try to tap anything back. That's more than guard weight. So maybe they are just trying to wiggle theirs a little bit, make things tough. This is a nice looking shot coming in for Bowdoin. They're going to push that thing. Oh, gosh, it just didn't curl. Maybe if it curled another 1.5 inches. Looks like they grabbed themselves 1 here in the 4th end. And again, these are long matches, so Bowdoin is on the board. RPI, just quick refocus and a light fist pump. Still in a great mood. That should make it 7-1 in favor of RPI after 4 ends. Things are off in the 5th end on sheet A. And we're assuming for now, not having posted, of course, that we're looking at a 5-1 lead for Penn State. Penn State won on sheet 1. But we'll wait until they post to be sure. And here comes the final stone in the 4th end for Penn State 2. And they're drawing the 4-foot. Unfortunately, this one came up a touch light, and it cut real hard. So we are likely looking at a tie match after 4 ends on sheet B with a steal of 1 for Hamilton. Sorry for that. There's still 1 to go. Hamilton will have a shot for the deuce. That rock just came, it was behind a bunch of people, so I lost track. Hamilton is sitting the 1, about halfway in the 4-foot, and heading in with their skips rock to try to get 2 here in the 4th. Here comes the skip stone. They tapped, and it worked out. They did not draw, which was a relief from where I'm seated because it didn't seem like they had enough ice, so never doubt the skip. Hamilton pulls off a real nice raise from the 12-foot to the 4 with their skip's final rock. That's our first deuce with the hammer. And that will launch Hamilton into a 5-4 lead over Penn State 2 at the midway point. So they head into their 5th end as the others.
Be inclined to say our lounge is rocking, but I think that big pasta dinner probably put everyone into nappy mode. We're still down to about a dozen souls here, and you know, the game's tightened up, so getting pretty serious here. And we still have the qualifier for the Briar on our big screen TV. And I have no idea what's going on in that match, nor am I concerned for the time being. We're checking out the Yale SuperSpiel. Over on sheet A, some folks in the way, but it looks like Cornell has called for a hit, which they have nicely laid up. Perfect control weight. Hopefully younger curlers, newer curlers all saw that. That's the weight you need. Just enough to place your opponent's rock off the ring and keep yours in a, as we say, a controllable status or disposition where it's much more easier to control where it's going to jump to or roll. If I place too much weight on that hip, even if I get the nice alignment, too much weight is often just going to let it float either off the rings or out behind the cover of the guard. So Penn State's looking in good shape over there. Penn State won, that is, on sheet A. They just laid up a real nice guard, but Cornell's skip very promptly goes over and asks his second to come out with some hit weight, and they want to run it back, and he took a quick look at the shot stone. He's running the double. Sweepers are on this, as are sweepers from Hamilton on sheet B. They would really like to get themselves a split house because there are no guards, and they do have a one-stone lead without the hammer. That's still a great shot because it came up short, but it's in a nice lie as a center guard, and they are, for the time being, forcing Penn State to be mindful to it, for which Penn State's happy to curl around it. And I want to say I think the name of this young lady shooting now is Craven, as in my old friend Ricky Craven, a race car driver. Could be Chapin as well, but I thought I saw Craven on there. We'll have to check in on that later. And my man from Bowdoin's off on sheet C with the last of his second rocks. And they're looking to split the house as well. I do feel, unfortunately, this thing's a little hot. Headed back of the house. Yep, RPI has given it some sweeping. And Jacob Lorelli was able to move that through the rings. I'm getting hungry, that's why. Jacob's now asking his mate, that would be Sam, I guess. Sam's been asked to bring his down right to the 4 foot. Similar to our first draw, the swing's been picking up as these draws go on, and somewhere right around the 5th or 6th end maybe in the last draw, the rocks started cutting a little harder. And that rock, unfortunately, overcurled a little bit, clipped the guard, but did keep things pretty open. So not the end of the world for RPI. They just checked in with each other. They're still in good spirits. They've got a favorable position on the scoreboard. But that does leave an opening for Bowdoin to perhaps start to build something here. But wouldn't you know, their rock just cut really hard too and is headed right for that red stone. It's going to clip the outside of it. And, it actually curled right past it. So it's in great position if it hangs on the rings, and it did. Bowdoin College now has themselves a split house
two rocks in, call it, yeah, the back 12. One is well under cover, and the other is kind of in the open, but really out on the edge of the sheet. So that's not presenting RPI with a lot of options. So we're not too sure what Claire and Jacob have drawn up here, but I think, oh, there goes his arm. He's just going to curl around his own, or maybe even split it, wiggle onto the rings, or if the weight's down and just right, it could come across the nose of their soul stone and pump it straight up to shot position. Here's Claire's rock. Really nice looking delivery. Sweepers are now on it. It is starting to cut, and it looks real good. Can't quite tell because as a tandem, they're all right in the field of my vision. It came right down toward it, did guard it, so it's purposeful. That means they won't be able to hit it now, Bowdoin that is, so I trust that Bowdoin's going to, they're going to put one on the top 12, take away what would be a harmful rock by RPI around all those guards, and Jacob's happy. Sorry, Gavin is content to just leave it up front, maybe even put it into the 12-foot, just as a matter of prevention. Yeah, sheet A, Penn State 1. There are a bunch of rocks that are kind of crowding the perimeter of the 12-foot. I just can't tell. Yeah, 2 of them are in, 3, 4. There are 5 rocks biting the 12-foot from both teams, but this is a really nice stone. I think from Mr. Jameson. And, yeah, they buried it. That's probably the best draw we've seen all night so far. The sweepers did a real great job finishing that off. And, yeah, that's buried. Fully in the 4. Fantastic shot, sir. Hamilton College. Hamilton's Vice is out with his first. Sweepers are on it really hard. Some bad brushing going there. Bad as in good. And Claire G is out of the house with her final stone. I didn't see the shot call, but I assume they're coming down to that yellow in the rear. Go behind those other 2 reds that they previously placed. It's starting to swing over there rather nicely. And it's going, if it catches the yellow, oh, it's going to be real good. Yep, yellow one off the rings. And it did rest itself in the back 12. Thinking it might not be shot, though. Really tough to tell. We've got 2 yellow rocks and 1 red rock, all about equally appearing to bite the 8-foot, all past the tee line. So we got an interesting end developing. Not sure that's going to matter too much after this next rock because Gavin Seichertz from Bowdoin is coming down after having reviewed with his Vice. He's talking to his sweeper saying, hey, let's do this. Yeah, they're going down with, I assume, what will be a control hit weight. They're only taking about 1.5 stones off of it. And if they hit this, especially if it can roll under cover behind those 2 RPI rocks, they will then have a house of 3 stones and none of their opponents. Sweepers are on it pretty quick, and they're on it very hard, and it is starting to really dig. So I'm not sure what this is going to do. Sweepers are kind of in the way, which we don't mind, so I'll just look up at our in-house monitor. That's actually not a bad result. Did clip one of the guards, and I just can't tell which one is even shot. We got a bunch of, it's probably, I'll tell you which one is shot. The one that they think is shot, because they're all right down there looking. We're sitting down here 160 feet away, so how they end up playing will probably give us a good determination of who's shot stone. My man Jacob's heading back down from RPI with that snazzy sweater. And so far, I think he's the only person that's playing in shorts. Like my old buddy Robbie Melville from Broomstones, forever plays in shorts. Excellent recovery, Jacob. I've done that before. He had a little bit of a wiggle out of the hack, but made a fantastic recovery. Didn't seem to impact the shot, other than maybe took a little off the weight. Sweepers got on it pretty quick, but it should be pretty good if it can still head down there. It's curling nicely. It's probably just going to guard the one they've got, which is especially helpful in the event they might be shot rock. It's about 80% guarded. Ms. Bria is into the hack on sheet B for Penn State 2, Nittany Lions. And they seem to be curling down into the pile. I'm not sure. There are a lot of rocks on sheet B. I'm going to pull up the far B. Yeah, unfortunately, it's humid out there. Our far B camera is just far too cloudy. I won't even show it to you. You'll be disappointed. But
You guys have squirrels at Yale? Yeah, is there a lot? Yeah, they're plenty. Do they get to like football size? Some of them. Yeah. They're punchable. Yes.
so yeah, we continue to load up stones, both guards and counters on sheet B. Best guess, red is probably shot, and yellow is probably second, maybe even third, and then red again being fourth. It should be an interesting end because that's the closest of our three matches. We're going to try to focus on that a little more. And Jill down in Austin is still hanging tough with her Nittany Lions. Nice Nittany Lions. Yes, they're doing rather well. Doing really good on some shot making there. There seems to be a rather big powwow on sheet A. Not too sure what's going on. Both teams are hanging out, chatting about something. Okay, so they settled the fifth end. And they did steal 3 from all that. I'm guessing they may or may not have been, may likely have been discussing whether or not to continue the match. Unfortunately for Cornell, they are now down by 8. You never know, though. It's certainly worth playing one more to see what you might muster up in the 6. If they could grab 3 or 4 here, they've certainly got themselves a match. Cornell's had some great shot making. They've just come down on the wrong side of curling luck. Yep, they have agreed to play on. But unfortunately for Cornell, Penn State 1 have jumped out to a 9-1 lead after 5 and look to be cruising right along. They're likely to start loading up the house with rocks. Guards are not the friends of the Nittany Lions. Penn State 1, that is. Not right now. And regarding sheet B, we still have a slew of rocks both in front of the house and in the house. But I'm nearly certain that Hamilton is sitting stone. Meanwhile, on sheet C, they're having a real thoughtful look over everything that's going on there. And that is the end of 12-footers because there are a lot of stones in the house. Every single one of them, 3 red and 2 yellow, are all in the 12-foot. And the Penn State 2 Nittany Lions skips first stone is out of hand. Sweepers are on it. This is just a guard. So they are likely playing the force. And that's, again, Mr. Martirano. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. So Cornell looking to get ready to hopefully piece together what's going to be a fruitful sixth end, because it's certainly time for them to score at least a few in order to ensure that they can tighten up this match. And yes, okay. So now we know we've got a measure. We may have a 2 or 3-way measure on sheet C. I am too old and my eyes are too strained to bother to guess. We're just going to wait until we see what they kick the rocks, or but more specifically, wait and see what they post. And as they measure on sheet C, Hamilton has come down into the pile and added to the guards to further clog the center. Looks like that Yellowstone over in the top 4 foot of Penn State 2s is shot rock, and they've got hammer forthcoming. I wish we could take a look from the overhead, but the camera is just too cloudy. It must be the humidity. They are likely, they're going to try to get in there and grab their deuce. If they can grab their deuce, they will leapfrog themselves back into the lead. And there are just so many rocks, so, interesting. So the Nittany Lions on sheet B are going to draw for 2. And, okay, it was, okay, so we're looking at ourselves. Bowdoin got a steal of 2 in the 5th end from all that measuring. Jumped back into this match. It's now 7-3 RPI. They're keeping calm and cool. Got a little momentum building for their opponents, but they seem all right with it. Bowdoin's first rock, unfortunately, seems a little hot, so I think that's going to roll right through the, and it shall. It'll roll right through the rings. And they weren't able to place their, ooh, nice dance moves, by the way. They weren't able to get that center guard, but they will. And our man Gavin Seichertz got some pretty swift dance moves there. Looks like he probably took some lessons or just had some real artistic footwork there. So we've wrapped up the 5th end on sheet B. It was a score of just 1 for Hamilton. And hey, folks, we've got ourselves a tie match. We're all tied up at 5 after 5. Young lady from Hamilton College strutting back down to check out the 6th end. She's got a happy smirk on her face. Says, hey, yeah, we're still in this thing. And my man from the Nittany Lions, he's sliding back down with about the equal, saying, yeah, man, we're in this thing. I love these kind of matches. They're both confident. They're both comfortable. We've got 3 ends to go. We may have 4 ends to go. And this is the time. Who's going to come take it? Everybody out there on Sheet B looks really cool, really focused, and really happy. Everybody's out there is happy tonight. They got some sweeping, heavy sweeping. Boom, boom. I'm not sure who threw that from Cornell, but that was a real nice double. There was a whole bunch of Penn State rocks in the back of the forefoot. Cornell came in with some steam, jammed 2 of them out, rolled a little bit off to the side, leaving 1 of the Penn State rocks. Based on the score, we assume Penn State's happy to. Yep, they just want to freeze to it. Nope, they're going to hit it. Yep, they just want to remove it off the rings, make sure that nothing too consequential can happen. They've got a comfortable lead, just want to play it calm and clean. Back over on Sheet B. Penn State's got one just biting the top 4, right on the center line. We have had our first hog, I think, of this draw. They swept it really, really great effort. It just didn't quite get there. So the first stone of Hamilton's, unfortunately, did not come through for them. But they could still build from there. We assume Penn State 2, that is likely to lay one up on a center line guard, although this is going to come down. They're going to split the house, catch a little bit of the almost nose and just bump it back. They're in good order there. They are owning the forefoot. We're not sure that Hamilton would bother to double them out because then that would just leave them a sitting duck. So she's going to go with the corner guard. A very smart and calculated move. I like that call. We're still in our free guard zone. And yeah, if they want to especially get their deuce, they want to place up this corner guard. That's a real disciplined and real keen, well thought through shot by the Hamilton skip. And I'm really sorry, I have no idea what that young lady's name is other than Hamilton's skip. Annika? Oh, thanks. That's a pretty name. Annika, we're saying, or we're hearing. The ice may be frosting up a little, and that could be problematic only because the free guards, by the time they shoot again, are over. That's the 4th stone, and Hamilton was not able to place up any guards just yet. So Penn State 2 with a stone in the forefoot, well, actually on the button, and a stone in the full 8 is drawing one down to probably just shake this up a little. Nope, they're going to the other wing. And they're going to probably rest this. Oh boy, it caught a little frost at the end. Stay tuned. Hamilton now has their corner guard, albeit their opponents. Annika is looking to double this. And like a slice double and roll under that guard would be perfect. Let's see how this shakes out. So Hamilton's second is out with some down hit weight. Looks pretty cool. Can't tell how much it's curling, but it's definitely going to shake things up. It is about on the nose. Over curl just a smidge. Remove the top Penn State rock. And Mr. Martrano Mr. Mr. Martrano is asking, actually, are they drawing? I didn't see the language as far as that. That's likely far too much ice for the hit, so I think they're just happy to come down and just guard the center again, maybe even corner that red stone. This is coming in with draw weight at minimum, though, so yeah, they're coming into the house, and it's slowing down nicely. It's coming over to the center line, just about crossing it. That's going to be a nice rock. It's going to end up just off center. It might have actually still left the raise. So Annika from Hamilton is punting to the pin. Will not run back, and that's a keen move. That's a very sharp thinking. You don't want to run yours back just yet. That's the one that could be your number 2. So Hamilton is going to come down the left side of the sheet, go through the port of those 2 Penn State stones. She's got a couple of big dudes brushing this, and some burly brushing. It's coming in nice. I just don't know if it gets by the, and it won't get by the guard, but it should move it out of the way and lend a little bit of protection for their own. That's not that bad, actually. It wasn't ideally what they had sought, but they've still got some moves up their sleeve, I'm sure. So Ms. Bria and Mr. Martrano are taking a look from the front of the house, just making sure they look this over thoroughly. Not sure which of them might be, either any kind of engineering or anything finite math, but it's always good to see when they start looking at that. I know these are a lot of really smart and super intelligent kids out here. And Mr. Martirano is looking over his shoulder again. Yep, it's all about the lines, so. And here comes Ms. Bria's shot. It's down weight. Looks like they're likely to just hit that red stone. They are not. It's going to over curl. They were drawing in. It did unfortunately over curl. That's a... It did pump up that guard for the time being, and it does look from here as though there's no longer a port. So Penn State's rock, it seems, is pretty well protected in there. Although Annika is having a real good look at things. Takes a look at the guard up front, and yeah, okay. She says, hey crew, why don't we go ahead and raise this thing? And they gave a affirming nod. So yeah, they're gonna throw like a control raise, even control down to raise this thing straight up from the button to the button on the slightest of angles. And if that sticks, they'll have themselves a split house and a pretty decent advantage here in the 6th end. Shots out of hand, and it doesn't seem to be coming back. So let's see what we're shaking up here. It did. Wow. And it clicked on the way over. They're pumped. I'm not sure they're counting 2. I'm not convinced. I believe they are. But they did leave an open window for Ms. Bria. And she's headed down for her last stone. So Penn State 2's Skip is happy to say, hey, why don't we come down with some control weight? If it may happen to not curl enough, we're still going to click that top red and likely pump it off the rings, or at least far enough out that it should no longer matter. But if it curls perfectly, it's going to go right through that port. Chances are it's going to hit the inside of it and roll back under cover for what's going to be a fantastic shot. Ms. Bria's shot is off. It looks like great control weight. It's on the center line. Sweepers have been asked to sweep. I think it may have cut too far, but it's going to be real close. It clicked. Oh, if they got the second click, it would have jammed right on it. But that's not a terrible outcome. They've opened things. They've opened things up. That does give. Ooh, and there may be discussion that the rock may have been burned or bounced off somebody's sneaker. And they're all good friends, so they'll work this out. Juan, was there, did that bounce off someone's foot? They're like talking like it might be burned. I don't know. Or maybe they're just trying to figure out if it's on the ring. So, yeah, for a second it was looking like they might have burned it or something. Okay. No harm nor foul. So Annika, likely sitting 2. I'm pretty positive she's sitting 2. She's now asking her crew, I'm guessing, to do more than guard with that limited of a broom line. So maybe they're looking to put some pressure on the Lions, Nittany Lions, and bring a third one into contention as a fabulous stone from Bowdoin has now made things extremely interesting on sheet C. Having taken 2 in the 5th end, are now sitting 2 just about perfectly under cover in the top and rear forefoot, and are now again in position to steal here in the 6th and make this anyone's match. RPI doesn't seem flustered, nor should they be, and they still seem pretty cool-handed about the whole thing. So we're going to look back over to sheet B. To give you a better understanding of what's going on, we're going to give you our near end because we can't give you just the one. So even though you'll miss your deliveries, you're going to get a better look at what's going on in the house. And Penn State 2's Skip heading down. Interesting scene, though, because that last stone of Hamilton's has locked on perfectly to the shot rock, and Hamilton is likely sitting 3. We assume that Mr. Martrano is... Are they going to sit on it? Nope, they're going to hit. They are... We think they're going to hit. We shall see. He's about to head out of the hack now. No. They're just curling over. Oh, my mistake. It's a control hit. It's coming in onto your screen now. It's just crossing the center line. It unfortunately curled too much, but it did clip Penn State's own guard. Not the most preferred roll because it did wiggle back over to the left side of the sheet. Advantage Hamilton for a moment because Annika has shot in hand and 2 or 3 counters. So all of a sudden things got rather interesting here. On sheet C, Bowdoin's last rock has also stacked up on the guards. That's a rather nice fashion, and they're a couple of fist pumps. They're pretty psyched for what they've done. RPI has got to essentially draw the button. They've got to at least grab the forefoot to limit this to a steal of 1, and If Jacob cannot do this, it could result in what should look like a steal of 2. Yeah, I don't see how anything else yellow could bump around, but yeah, they're just essentially coming in to draw the button. Skip's delight. Sheet B, Hamilton's Skip's first rock is released. It is coming right down to that pile. And it's going to lie on just about the tee line in the full 8. And now they're counting 4. Yep. Ms. Bria has pointed out that, yeah, we've got to run ours now because we need to open this thing up for your last rock. Oh, this is his last rock. But if they run it up, it'll be number 2. So this is the shot to take. Something about pretty much on the nose should do it. And if they do that, they will there may be a measure?
Nah, they're just messing around. It's over.
It's over? Okay. We do have ourselves a final on sheet C. Congratulations to RPI. They did not bother to post, so we're not too sure, but
I mean, at least it's only 3 now.
they did shake, right? RPI wins?
Yes,
Okay.
here's done. They're done too.
And they're shake. Okay. Well, hey, would you look at that? So within a matter of just under a minute, RPI, their handshakes abound, so everyone's coming in. RPI has defeated Bowdoin 2 on sheet C, and in what was a tight match all along, turned out to be a heartbreaker for Penn State 2. Had pretty good control of that match. Things got wild in that 6th end, and we're not sure what the count was, but we think it was 4. They have also conceded the match, and congratulations, Hamilton, as Hamilton has moved on to the 2nd.
Yeah, that was possible. That's so possible. Wait, you say it's impossible? Okay, what would you have done? We have to hit it without hitting our.
And they're all coming in from Bowdoin now to discuss the angles of it. There was definitely some crazy stuff that could have been done there. Not sure if they really had a shot, but so they concluded. Sheet B is also concluded. And hey, everybody, thanks a bunch for coming to check us out. The first draw tomorrow, I believe, is 9 a.m. Check out our website or get in touch with folks in the tournament or at our club. Go to our Facebook page, nutmegcurling.com, and you can check out all the action tomorrow. Hope everybody had a good time. If you're out and about, please travel safely and get home. And thanks for checking us out. We'll see you soon.